Hi Zena. I am fighting with the Seestar to get it to work in equatorial mode, but looks like I am about to give up. So I'm going to be back. In the meantime, Dwarf is looking at TCRB. It is still there. And since we don't like to see elongated stars, we're going to put the infrared filter back in. In the meantime, Stellina is going about finding the dark shark nebula, which is our goal for the night. The dark shark nebula LDN1235 is a challenge that Jacob gave me, so we're going after it. But it is near the North Star, near Polaris, which means it's going to be turning around by 180 degrees during the night. And Stellina has a sensor that turns around, so Stellina will be fine. I tried building a contraption that allows Seestar to also turn around, but it's not working. So I'm going to go let Seestar be Seestar. And even if we end up with massive field rotation tonight, we will live with it. I'll be back. So let's make sure Stellina is doing its thing, Dwarf is doing its thing. I shall take care of Seestar and I'll be back. Zena, did you see that Customs seized my Dwarf 3 in Rochester and they are performing what they call regulatory inspection on it? Good evening, Bill. The big news of the day is really twofold. You probably saw that the authorities seized my Dwarf 3 in Rochester and they are performing what they call regulatory inspection on it. What that means is I'll probably be getting an IKEA telescope by the time they are done with it. In the meantime, we're looking at arguably the hardest target in the heavens, and that's the Dark Shark Nebula. That's a challenge from Jacob. I plan to put both Stellina and Seestar on it, except that Seestar is not happy working in equatorial mode. So we're going to try one more time, and if it doesn't want to go, I will switch it back to Alt-Az mode for the night and let it go after LDN, even though we will end up with massive field rotation. Well, some people are talking about 25 hours and 30 hours of exposure. As soon as we see a hint of the dark shark, we'll do something else. In the meantime, I'm still working on my big telescope, which has been having a temper tantrum. We spent the morning at Oswego with a 16-inch telescope, and we know what works, we don't know what doesn't work yet. But something as simple as the hand controller, it will move the scope to the right, to the left, and down, but not up. And through ASCOM computer will move the scope to the right, to the left, down, but not up. However, the telescope will happily track, but since tracking is in RA only, the problem appears to be in the declination motor, so we'll see. I'm getting an RS-232 breakout box now to look at the signals going between the motherboard and the motor. Fortunately for us, they travel outside the mount over an RS-232 cable, so that's the next step. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go move Seestar and be right back. Just give me 2 minutes. Audio off, because I doubt you want to listen to the dogs right now. Be right back. Both telescopes are already covered in water. Okay, we're connected. Let's attend to the dew heater first. And let's go to Polaris quickly. I'm going to pull a picture of the Dark Shark Nebula. Our first attempt to get to Polaris. Oh, good. It got stuck at 0.1% or 0.1 degree and never went back. So I'm going to look at pull up a picture of the Dark Shark Nebula just to see that we are roughly in the right place. Okay, this is not telling me much as to where those bright stars are. Hopefully Seestar will allow us to mark the target. We will be suffering through field rotation tonight until I figure out why Seestar is not working in equi mode. Yes, no middle Stellina, thank you, let me put labels. This is Stellina. And this is Seestar. And this is Dwarf doing its thing. I tried switching tablets, but Dwarf was not happy. Did not want to talk to my cell phone, which is the one that Stellina is happiest with. Yes, number of subscribers has been growing steadily. Thanks to you guys. Alright, let's now go find. I was surprised that both Seestar and Stellina knew what LDN1235 is. It is not too far from Polaris. There it is, we're already there. And it's going to do a full 180-degree turn over the 8 hours. So field rotation is going to be horrendous. That's where Stellina shines. It rotates the sensor. And there we go. I don't know that it matters if we use the filter or not, since it is dark. So we already have some evidence that we are in the right place with this double star. The binary star here, the binary star on Stellina is already there, the binary star on Seestar. There is no telling which way Stellina is aiming at this point. But once we have enough definition on Seestar, we can always turn the screens upside down. Oh, it's gonna have star trails all night long. Hasn't stacked anything yet. Okay, that's a problem that I did not anticipate, that the rotation around Polaris will cause star trails to the point where Seestar is not stacking anything. Nothing. Don't know if it'll allow me to go shorter than 10 seconds. Ten seconds is the lowest. Okay. So we have a situation that I did not anticipate, namely imaging near Polaris is causing star trails to the point where Seestar is unable to stack anything. We're going to try one more attempt, otherwise Seestar is going to have to find something else to do, and Stellina will be the sole pursuer of the Dark Shark Nebula tonight. I'm going to try sending Seestar somewhere else and then back, see if that'll make any difference. Okay, go find M31 and then come back. Okay, we found Andromeda. I'm going to try to go back to LDN to see if that will fix the problem. Otherwise, we're going to bid LDN good night on from Seestar. Right now, grumpy is probably the appropriate term. All right, keeping fingers crossed, it has stacked the first frame. And there is a, wow, I don't know if this is a coincidence or the same satellite going through both frames, but we'll take it. Seestar is stacking, even though it says unknown. Let's see if Mark will mark the spot. Nope. All right. Hello, CGD. Seestar is going to be having trouble tonight because we are imaging LDN 1235, which is near Polaris. So we're going to have horrendous field rotation tonight. Seestar is level indeed. I tried running it on an equatorial mount, but it could not find the target. So we went back to Alt-Az mount. And it seems to be doing alright for now. And I'm going to point the darkness. The darkness here is our main area of interest, which is there on Stellina. For some reason, Stellina has stopped stacking at 98. Trying to match the backgrounds between Seestar and Stellina. Right now the consensus appears to be happy for Dwarf 3 and grumpy for Dwarf 2. And obviously people did not read the instructions which said name Dwarf 2 until we get Dwarf 3, and then when we get Dwarf 3 we'll name Dwarf 3. So they proceeded to naming both of them. Well, I'm going to end up with 2 3s. One that I ordered and one that Sue ordered for me, which is sitting with customs. Bill, ironically, it went through customs in Cincinnati. It flew directly Hong Kong, Cincinnati on DHL, went through customs there, and then was supposed to be on a short stop in Rochester to be delivered to me. And the folks in Rochester seized it to do a regulatory inspection, not customs. And I suspect by regulatory inspections they mean open up the telescope and look and see if there are any chips in it that came from the US that are embargoed, and then glue it back together and send it. Hello, Jacob. Do you recognize the target that we are imaging? For some reason, Stellina is stuck at 16 minutes and 20 seconds and not stacking anymore. Seestar gave me a hard time working in equatorial mode. It categorically refused to work in equi mode, so Seestar now is sitting in Alt-Az mode, and for the longest time it did not stack a single frame, arguing that there were star trails because it was moving around Polaris. Has finally settled after another reset, but we may have to restart Stellina. Okay, we're gonna exit and re-enter, see if that helps. It says it stopped. All right. And let's restart it. Yeah, let's see what and when they will send us stuff. Let's see if Stellina catches up with Seestar. I don't know if you saw the picture, the screen capture they posted on Facebook, but that's what they said. I'm waiting for somebody to knock on my door and say they found contraband inside the telescope that was sent to me. Shipment still on hold. It has been on hold since 1 p.m. Okay, I'm gonna take leave for a couple of minutes to go downstairs and focus the 11-inch scope. It is showing me donuts on the screen. In the meantime, Stellina is catching up with Seestar. Be back. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? No, it came from Hong Kong. Hello, Wilbur. Well, I have a neighbor who lives about 6 miles from me. There are about 3 big hills between us. When he saw the big telescope in my backyard, he asked very seriously if I can look into his bedroom with it. And I explained only when Jupiter is in opposition. That's when I can reflect off Jupiter and look into his bedroom, but that only happens on the third Monday of December in odd years that are not leap years. Jacob, what's happening to your trip overseas or to a foreign country? It's not overseas. Well, yeah, it's overseas. I had apple pie this afternoon, no cheesecake. Ouch. Sorry to hear that, Jacob. Well, the good news is TCRB has not gone nova, and I'm starting to see a semblance of a dark shark on Seestar, and Stellina seems to be stuck again. Last time round, Stellina had stopped stacking at 16 minutes. Now it has stopped at 14:50. Jacob, there is a good chance I might give you my IKEA Dwarf 3 next week. I'm surprised that Seestar called it unknown, even though it went directly to it, to LDN1235. Starting to see some nebulosity, even though I have the filter turned on. So we are filtering out the infrared. I'm going to point a cursor. Nebulosity is starting to show around here. And it does not want to mark anything. I turned off the big scope, by the way, and closed the dome. I was hoping against hope that if I get it to work, I could aim it at the dark shark as well to add some more glass on it. But the latest strange thing with the big scope now is I send it to a target and I tell it to plate solve, and it plate solves successfully, and I tell it to center the target, and it tells me it has centered it, and there's nothing in the center, not even close. And we're talking about some very bright targets going for the big stars. So told it to go nighty night. We'll talk tomorrow. Don't know what to do with Stellina. It was supposed to steal the show tonight. And I don't know if there's any way to nudge it. In the grand scheme of things, I am very, very, very tempted to put dwarf on dark shark. And see what it does. Considering that it is a very large cloud anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go bring dwarf from the west wing to the east wing. And we're gonna try one more time, see if the third time is a charm here. Okay, before I go away from dwarf, look, it has not gone nova yet. Okay, now we go bring dwarf. dwarf is gonna have to calibrate again. Okay, I'll pull a picture in a minute. Let me see if Dwarf has any idea what we're talking about. Yes, it knows of a dark shark nebula. Alright, let's make sure here we have our settings correct. Let me find a good picture and pull it up. All right. There we go. And why is it doing that? I think I know why. This is the dark shark nebula. I'm gonna lower it a bit. Yeah, this is the dark shark in theory, and that is the nebula around it, but it all looks like a shark. And I'm not sure I'm able to orient myself here. There is if you look at Seestar, let me pull up Seestar quickly. Alright, stay with me for a second. That's not Seestar. Never mind, there is Seestar. Okay. There is Seestar, and if you walk with me for a second, this is supposed to be the dark head, which is there. Okay. This is the dark head of the shark, which you see right here. That is the star, the double star, which is just below it. And this is the two stars with nebulosity starting to show, which is up here. So if I were to flip this one around, rotate it counterclockwise, should do it. Yup. Okay, now we are talking about the same orientation but slightly different scale. This area of nebulosity is this area. That dark part is this dark part. That star is this star. And I think I got it oriented correctly. You are correct, Jacob. The Seestar is looking down. But considering that Seestar is an alt-az mount, that nebula is going to make a full 180-degree turns over the night, during the night. Let's see what dwarf is doing in the meantime. Okay, so that is what we are looking to get. I don't know how much of that we will get tonight, but that is the final object. This is considering the scale, the size of the whole nebula. Dwarf has a fighting chance of getting it with a big, however, it does not have the dual band filter on. So I have the IR pass on dwarf. Genie, it is doing 180 degrees during the night, yes. We will see it become evident on Seestar. Stellina rotates the sensor, so it should not be an issue with Stellina. But Dwarf and Seestar, we will see significant field rotation. Yeah, we will talk, Jacob, we'll talk later about the polar alignment, see where I went wrong. Bill, radiation hazard to transistors. You might appreciate the fact that the very first fly-by-wire plane required Rockwell Collins to develop the AMP F5 and then the AMP FV processors that had much larger transistors than regular microprocessors to reduce the impact of radiation on them. The last thing you want at 30,000-40,000 feet is a bit flip because radiation hit a transistor. So by making the transistors a lot larger, that allowed their use in fly-by-wire. But if the transistors are a lot larger and you can squeeze fewer transistors per square inch of real estate on the chip, you had to make the instruction set shorter, and that led to the creation of stack-based architectures which were used originally for fly-by-wire. And when I was teaching computer architecture to undergraduates, we went through the 4 architectures of stack-based, accumulator-based, complex instruction set, and reduced instruction set, RISC processors. And we used the fly-by-wire, the AMP F5 and AMP FV as case studies. Actually, I used to have my students build them from scratch. We don't do that in college anymore. We don't want them to learn anything useful. Well, if you don't have enough transistors, then you cannot have enough instructions, and the concept of a reduced instruction set takes on a whole new meaning. For those of you who ever used a Hewlett-Packard calculator, which says push the first operand, push the second, and then add, as opposed to 3 plus 2 equals 5 on the Texas Instruments calculator, the HP calculator it was, push 3, push 5, and then plus, and then you got 8. That concept of putting things on a stack makes it very, very straightforward and reduces the different addressing modes, and thereby makes the instruction set a lot shorter. And that's why you could use bigger transistors to fly planes with them. So Stellina is up to 1550, 96 frames, still stacking, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed. 16 minutes. That's the farthest we have gone so far tonight. I was hanging my hopes on Stellina giving us the best picture tonight. We'll see. Seestar is starting to show nebulosity, so I don't know how much it will show by the end of the night, by the 8 hours. I still cannot orient dwarf to know what it's looking at. It may well be that this big star is the same as this big star is the same as this big star. Bill, you and I had this conversation on the pecking order between computer and pilot and the Boeing philosophy versus the Airbus philosophy. And today, as we gathered in Oswego, one of the retired professors who came back from Pittsburgh to help debug the telescope is a pilot also. And we got discussing Byzantine failures. For those who do not know what a Byzantine failure is, that's when a computer lies as opposed to a computer dies. And so we are dealing with the Byzantine failure in that big scope. And a lot of safety investigation boards have to deal with Byzantine failures as a likely cause of an accident. Jacob, are you talking about a ternary computer here that does ones and zeros and twos? In my career, throughout my career in civil service, I tried introducing the concept of maybe as opposed to yes and no. Yeah. Because people are used to black and white, to yes or no, to 0 and 1. And I tried introducing the concept of it's not 0 or 1, it's 0, 1 or minus 1. It's not yes or no, it's yes, no, or maybe. Bill, I mentioned to you that the Boeing 787 was built on the concept of yes, no, and maybe as opposed to yes and no. They did not look in the redundancy of the computers. They did not look only at what happens if one of the three computers dies, but they looked specifically what happens if one of the three computers lies, as in provides incorrect information as opposed to no information. And that was a leap forward in understanding Byzantine failures in aircraft. But we are not going to go through all the things that went wrong with the 787. You may recall one of the Space Shuttle launches. Space Shuttle had 4 redundant IBM mainframes. One of them was the vote counter. And they were synchronized at the instruction level. So they all executed the same instruction at the same time and gave the results at the same time. And there was one guy doing nothing but watching to make sure that the answers were the same. And if any of them did not give the right answer, it was voted off the island, so to speak. And but they looked only at what the expectation that a computer might fail versus keep working and argue that I'm not going to give you the keys because I'm not drunk and I want to drive. In that one instance when the launch was aborted, it was the vote counter that got drunk and could not count anymore. Yeah. The 447 was a classic Byzantine failure. The pitot tubes reporting stall speed and the GPS saying otherwise, and the inability to reconcile the two. So Stellina is stacking. We're up to 22 minutes. Let's hope it keeps stacking. At this point it's catching up with the other two. We're approaching 10 o'clock, so it is time for station identification. This is the Pompey Observatory. Thank you for joining us tonight. And if you're not subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? It appears that the orientation of Seestar and Dwarf, that they both have the same orientation. If you look at the bright star in the middle, and you can see 4 stars at 10 o'clock and another 4 stars at 12 o'clock, and you see that they are the same. Whereas Stellina is upside down. Jacob, I'm going to be looking for fingerprints on the Dwarf 3 when I open it. Okay, let's see where the label went. Thanks, Bill. There we go. The order in which the 6 objects are displayed as to what's on top of what, they got rearranged when I pulled the big image of the shark. We need to have the labels at high level on top of the other displays, not below them. Okay, we have a small problem here. These two have switched places for some reason. That's what happened. There we go. Jacob, it went through customs in Cincinnati. I got confirmation from DHL that it went through customs in Cincinnati and then went from Cincinnati to Rochester, and they were preparing to deliver it. And then they said shipment on hold, and their words were for regulatory inspection, not customs. Remembering that Rochester used to be home for Kodak and Xerox and University of Rochester Optics and Polaroid. There is no shortage of optics experts in the area who probably moonlight as inspection agents. Reminder that Stellina has a 3-inch aperture, Seestar has a 2-inch aperture, and DWARF has a 1-inch aperture. So we have an expose of 1, 2, and 3. I took a frame capture of the DHL website and sent it to Sue. I'm assuming at some point that's going to disappear and DHL will just say delivered and nothing else in between. Focal length. Stellina and Seestar are comparable. Stellina is 400 millimeters. Seestar is 250. And let's see what dwarf is. And dwarf is 675. No, that's focal length. Yeah, focal length. Authenticity. My most interesting story with the credit card purchase. My mom was visiting and everybody back in the village needed underwear, and we went to JCPenney's and she bought ladies underwear to her heart's content, a very large quantity for my sisters and nieces and granddaughters and everybody. And when she went to pay, JCPenney's did not accept her traveler's checks, and I said, "That's okay, Mom, I'll charge it to my credit card." Boy, did the bank have fun when they called me to see if I had actually really bought all that lady's underwear on my credit card. Jacob, Seestar is starting to show the shark. Keeping my fingers crossed that Stellina has gotten over its issues. It is exactly halfway to catching up with Seestar. Seestar is 1 hour stacked, Stellina is half an hour stacked, and Dwarf is half an hour. I'm surprised that Seestar is not showing field rotation yet. Jacob, that's probably why you cannot buy a Tesla that was built in China in the US. I'm hoping that if the government is listening in on us on the channel, that they at least subscribe to the channel also. Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed or you will notice imminently, but Seestar just suddenly changed. It brightened up and a lot of nebulosity has come to light. I've seen that happen before, where the saturation on the Seestar image changes on its own all of a sudden, and this is what just happened. I'm seeing a lot more nebulosity now, and the shark is clear. Well, about 10 years ago, I pissed off somebody important and found myself on the TSA no-fly list. They thought they were punishing me. They did not realize that they made my day, until my boss discovered that I was on the no-fly list, and they took me off it in a matter of hours. I was enjoying not having to fly. All three scopes on the same target, and I was hoping to put the 11-inch on it as well, but it doesn't want to play. And Stellina said, half an hour is enough. Can anyone confirm that you are seeing nebulosity big time in the middle of the Seestar image? This whole thing. Let me do the following. Stand by. It is upside down, yep. I don't know if there's anything I can do to Stellina to nudge it. We asked it to redo. Genie, blue light in the battery says that the battery is cold and is not charging, but it's passing the current through. I'm surprised that it's doing that. So for those who just joined us, we have all three telescopes, DWARF II, Seestar S50 and Stellina, imaging the LDN1235, the dark shark nebula that is considered by many as the most difficult target in the night sky. And right now, if this had been a debate among the three, I would say that Seestar is doing best. Stellina is stacking again, so don't know what happened to it, but we are 32 minutes and stacking, so that's good. One big difference between Seestar and Stellina is Stellina can declare that it's not seeing enough stars to stack and terminate a capture, saying we're done if clouds go by or something like that. Seestar, on the other hand, will just keep stacking and keep telling you that it did not find enough stars to stack, and just keeps capturing images and throwing them out. Dwarf does the same. So Stellina's zeal could be very detrimental at times. Jacob, that's supposed to be the AI in them. Calculating a measure of goodness for each frame and deciding whether to keep it or toss it. I would have expected to start seeing some nebulosity on Stellina, but nothing yet. Stellina gives an estimate of how long you need to capture, and this one they said 1 hour, and we're not seeing much yet. Jacob, did you see the beta software on Seestar that allows mosaic mode? Several people out there have been floating images of drumroll M31 Andromeda with the new mosaic mode on Seestar. Manual mode, you're talking about which frames to keep and which ones to reject. Good night, Gina. Or we can do a request night anytime you have a request, Bill. Could be as early as tomorrow night. What do you have in mind? I almost lost track of what day of the week we are. The week is still young. So tomorrow is Wednesday. Weather should still be good. The hurricane that's coming up from Texas will not get to us till Thursday, I think. So according to Astrospheric, Astrospheric says we're good all week. So tomorrow is a good one for request night. Now, in the interest of open disclosure, Sue had asked me not to go live with Dwarf 3 until I capture an image with it and satisfy myself and satisfy them that both parties say it's good, it's working properly. And they also want to make sure that if I find bugs, that I report to them and not publish them on the World Wide Web. And both are fair requirements, for fair conditions. And they'd like to know when I go live so they can join as well and watch the performance of Dwarf 3. But I am anxious to put Dwarf 2 and Dwarf 3 side by side. I already sent Sue the list of targets that I'd like to do with both. And they range from M31 and M33, and then we hop over to M45, and then I'd like to do a couple of good nebula, and the obvious ones, dumbbell and ring. The bigger ones, I'd like to do Eagle and Swan or Omega, and then the harder ones, and these are primarily the Hoy's targets. I'd like to do Trifid and Cocoon, and then a couple of clusters, M2, M15, M13. Very likely. Hi, Larry. Larry, anybody can do a good job with M42. Actually, I can literally look at it from my window and it looks good. Larry, you may have missed the excitement of the news that my Dwarf 3 was seized by the authorities for what they refer to as a regulatory inspection. It is stuck somewhere in Rochester, and DHL has no idea when they will be able to put it back in the system and deliver it to me. So it's basically 85 miles from me and stuck with the authorities. Bill, the answer is yes to all of the above. I'd like to do side by side Dwarf 2 and Dwarf 3, and then we will run out of these quickly, and then I will get permission from Dwarf Lab to put Seestar, Stellina and Dwarf 3 side by side. Stellina has pouted again. No, it still says in progress. Alright, there we go. I want to make sure that Dwarf is... come on. Actually, dwarf is starting to show nebulosity there. Larry, have you accomplished your objective of getting all the Messier catalog done? Have you been able to get M30 yet? Okay, good. I'm going to zoom into Seestar to show how incredibly good the focus is tonight. I'm referring to the tiny stars around that binary star, and You can see the same on Stellina, but it's upside down. Those two tiny side by side are up here, and the binary star, the smaller one, is at about 3 o'clock. Here the smaller one is at about 9 o'clock. So this is the big center, and that's the big center. And surprisingly, dwarf is starting to show stars around it also. Yep, Francine is coming up. And now it will probably clear some of the smoke that we're still dealing with. Yeah, we are still under 2 layers of smoke at this point. Actually, Minneapolis is looking very, very bad smoke-wise. We're still dealing with extensive fires in the Pacific Northwest, Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, in addition to a whole bunch of fires in the south, apparently. Tennessee, Arkansas, and then California always. And Stellina got stuck again. I really have no idea why it stops and resumes. Seestar, aiming at the same target, is still stacking, and so is Dwarf. Dwarf is 400 frames. Obviously Dwarf will not be going 8 hours with us tonight because it will stop at 999, so it's almost halfway there, 40% of the way there. And with Stellina not knowing what to do, looks like it's going to be a one Seestar horse show at the end. Larry, the one common thing to all three views is that binary star near the tail of the dwarf, of the shark, I mean, depending which one you consider the shark, but I'm starting to see the silhouette of a shark on Seestar. And on Stellina, even though Stellina has stopped stacking. Surprisingly, I can see it on dwarf. It is right here. And it's right there on Seestar. And right here on Stellina. I am very surprised that we are not seeing field rotation on either Seestar or dwarf. Stellina hasn't stacked anything in a while. The big cloud is starting to show nicely on dwarf, and the shark is right there. Yeah, I had mentioned the Seestar mosaic mode earlier. They seem to have done a better job than the Stellina mosaic mode. Good night, Jacob. In case you're listening and lurking turns into sleeping and snoring. Wish you the best with your You're welcome. I wish I could get Stellina to behave. Right now I have no regret about not going the equatorial mount. I am very, very surprised that there is no field rotation. I don't know what's going on. And looks like we're starting to see stuff on dwarf. I mean, the shark is very visible, very evident on dwarf. Jacob, before you disappear, looks like we're doing request night tomorrow night. So please think hard about some hard or easy targets that we can go after. Not 8 hours at a time, but Larry, the 11-inch is showing improvement. Tonight I was able to plate solve several targets, but in every instance it did not center correctly. Right now I'm hesitant to use it when we have so much smoke around us because it doesn't like smoke. And I reverted to the ASI585 instead of the 715 just because it has a 4 times bigger surface. The sensor is 4 times bigger. Trying to improve the ability to see stars. But what's missing right now is it is not polar aligned. I reverted to the CGX mount because the iOptron mount has become a runaway mount on me repeatedly. And CGX is equatorial as opposed to the iOptron mount, which is Alt-Az. So I need to find the time to do the polar alignment, which may be tomorrow. I did not feel like dealing with it tonight. And then we're dealing with the 16-inch in Oswego. We did some serious systematic testing today. It is able to find GPS, it knows exactly where it is. The encoders are reading correctly the location of the telescope and the orientation. But for some reason I'm only able to move it left, right and down, but not up. Either with the hand controller or with ASCOM from the computer. Could not get any reaction from it when ordered to move up. With Stellina not participating anymore, I want to see if we can find a target. Hello, Red Angel. So Stellina is going to get released from this task. It's going to be a little longer before M42 and company show up. Let's see if I can send it to Saturn. To know what's going on, it just stopped stacking, and it did that repeatedly. So 3 surprises so far tonight. I did not expect Dwarf to be able to show anything, yet there it is, it's showing the shark. I expected Seestar to have a lot more field rotation. It doesn't have, it's not showing any. And I did not think Stellina was going to bail out on us. I thought Stellina will steal the show tonight, and it did not. And there is Saturn. At least it did this one, did that right. And then Neptune should not be too far. And for those who just joined us, welcome to the Pompey Observatory. Our focus tonight is LDN1235, which is the Dark Shark Nebula. Right now both DWARF and Seestar are imaging it, and Stellina has been released to do something useful. It took a quick look at Saturn. Now we're going to go to Neptune and then Uranus, and then probably hop onto M45 and keep Stellina busy for a little bit with the Pleiades. Genie, if you're unable to see stars through it, the odds are it's out of focus. Because focus is going to be critical. It's a very, very sharp, thin focus line. There is Neptune. It is blue. Genie, find out if it focuses closer or farther when you turn the focus knob clockwise or counterclockwise. Establish that by looking at a close target and then take it from there to know where infinity is. And you're going to be closer to infinity when you're looking at the stars. The moon is always a good target to focus on. So there's Neptune. Let's go to Uranus. And there is Uranus. It is lighter blue than Neptune. And next we're going to go to Pleiades and let it spend some quality time on it. Yeah, Orion is very, very beautiful. It's going to get better situated as fall sets in. This is Stellina in mosaic mode, trying to fit all of the Pleiades in. So at this point I'm going to take a short break. I will turn the sound off and then I will be back in a few minutes. So we're 2.5 hours on Seestar. Dwarf is 70% done. It's going to have to stop at 999 frames. Hello, sideburn soldiers. The big task tonight is to image the dark shark nebula. Which is right here. Stellina is not happy at all tonight. I wonder if the old age is catching up. She's 3, which makes it 21 years in dog years. Okay, Jacob, we'll do that. We're reinitializing Stellina. In the meantime, what happened to Dwarf? Dwarf is done. Reached the... Well, I'm glad you dozed off a bit at Jacob's suggestion. We're reinitializing, recalibrating, refocusing Stellina. See if she's going to behave a little bit more. In the meantime, Seestar is the last man standing, still stacking that dark shark. Okay, it has reinitialized, it has recalibrated, it has done everything it's supposed to do. Yeah, I am unlikely to go 30 hours on LDN1235. We're 2 hours and 39 minutes and stacking. And I don't know if we're starting to see some field rotation, probably not. That's the big surprise of the night. The stars up here are still very, very round. And there is quite a bit of nebulosity here. And there is the shark. We still have fire smoke to deal with, Jacob. I keep looking at that map, and that may be the big reason why the 11-inch is not playing tonight. Jacob, the 11-inch is work in progress. Tonight it seemed to do better than it did previous nights. We'll see. CGD, the debatable part here is whether the shark is this black area or whether the shark is the nebulosity, which is this big area. For this first attempt at it, I went with the framing that Seestar suggested, which talks about this being the shark, the black in the middle, where the big binary star is behind it, and there is the head here. Now, at the risk of ruining it, but we can restore it, we want to attempt to increase the exposure here. Yeah, that shows the field rotation now very clearly. So Seestar had done well in hiding the field rotation. So we're going to bring it back. And we'll see what contrast does for us. Yeah, the dwarf stacked the full 1,000 or so. I will pull the image when dwarf comes in. Okay, Jacob, since you're back awake, what's the trick to getting Seestar to work in equatorial mode? I had it perfectly lined up and turned it on, and it could not find anything. Tried to send it to Polaris, could not find Polaris. Tried to send it to LDN1235, could not find LDN1235. So what did I miss? It never gave me a chance to do a horizon scan. I lined it up with my old geometry tools, and it confirmed, when I asked it to look for the moon, it confirmed that it was off at exactly the right angle. So the inclination is correct, and I have my patio lined up very clearly. So it was line of sight aligned towards the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. Is there anything I need to tell it so it knows that it is equatorially mounted? Okay, we raise the arm. How far do I raise the arm? Do I point it to the North Pole? Let me repeat if I understand you. You're saying the Seestar is lined up towards the North Pole, I open the arm and have it point to a part of the sky that has lots of stars, and then just start recording. And if I hit record, it's gonna undergo calibration. Alright, I will try it. When you say it will start calibration, you're talking about the horizon calibration? Okay. We'll try that tomorrow night. Since Seestar revolves around its base, unlike Dwarf, so part of the trick is finding okay, if we have it in alt-az mount, the traditional way, and we have a target and it goes to do calibration, it moves a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, it does not move the arm up and down, correct? So here the arm is not going to be moving up or down, just rotating around the RA, so it's not changing declination during calibration. Is that correct? It should, which way? Okay. Ah, okay, okay, 4 points, I see what you mean. Is there any benefit in using stellarium part of this process? Using the Seestar ALP, or will it just show us what it's doing? Looks like I need to go through those steps initially at AS mount with stellarium to observe what's happening, and then repeat them with at an angle. Yes, okay. Thank you. Very helpful. Okay, what is my Seestar app? According to stellarium, we are in the right place. Let me pull up stellarium quickly. This is stellarium's view of LDN1235, and you may be able to see Seestar just moved around a little bit to adjust its location. I wonder here if there is anything that's going to communicate to stellarium that Seestar is indeed at an angle. Yes, I can use the ocular. CGD, I don't think it will affect the Seestar operation. I don't think it's gonna matter. If you velcro it to the base, you should be fine. Yes, we have the shark pelouse. Jacob, this is what the field of view looks like. And since we have been rotating now for about a full 90 degrees, it is not quite right, but that's where it started. So if I change the brightness here to show the field rotation, it shows by how much we have rotated. Okay. So we're having stack failed. And this is where I wonder if it has rotated enough that it's no longer able to find a star match. Because we're at full 90-degree rotation from when we started. All right, it appears that Seestar has had enough. So we have rotated exactly 90 degrees since the start of the evening. Let's do that. Yep, exactly 90 degrees. There it has gone. Let me do the following. So there it is, and bear with me for a moment. This is what Seestar is seeing, including the field of view, and that is what that's what Stellarium is seeing, and that's what Seestar is seeing, and they are consistent. There is the star, and there is the star. So observation, Seestar will stop stacking when the angle of field rotation reaches 90 degrees. what Seestar displays on the tablet is the stacked image, which is not necessarily what it's looking at. And we found that out just a minute ago. This confuses matters just a little bit because Stellina rotates the sensor. Yeah, when we started yeah, I don't know what it would have done if we had started in equatorial mode. Are you talking about tomorrow night? Yes, we can. These are the stars. And ideally we should be rotated to frame it. Let me show you if I change the time, and we're gonna go this is when we started tonight. That's where we were, and that is the good framing that you're talking about. And as the night progressed, in Stellina I can rotate it manually. Let me show you. We're going to stop it. And we're going to go back to the observation. No, this is not what we have now, but that is a good framing. So as soon as Stellina is done, I'll show you how I can rotate the sensor manually. Alright, as soon as it stacks the first image, we stop it, and this is what I'm doing. I'm rotating the sensor manually. So if you want the shark to look like this, that's what we'll do. We say apply, change the framing, and start again. Bill, are you saying I am advertising? Let me see what's going on. Ah, okay. Bill, Dwarf is, they said they're going to give me a link that I can post so you guys can get $10 off if you order through the link. You get $10, I get $10 or something like that. Jacob, my attempt to rotate the sensor did not succeed. It did not rotate as much as I thought it would. We have a new contact from Dwarf Lab. Arya Wang. She is the technical person who will help with the beta testing. CGD right now, I don't think there is enough nebulosity to define, but we can try it. Not much yet. No. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, we had good nebulosity after about an hour of stacking. Actually, it was, to be precise, an hour and 5 minutes is when nebulosity popped. it looks like at this point we are approaching diminishing returns for the evening. This is the image of the dark shark that we obtained with Seestar. Stellina has struggled throughout the evening. We're discarding now. Which of the two devices do you want to do M33, Jacob? That's where Stellina would excel. Okay, let's see what Dwarf is doing tonight. I'm getting there, Jacob. Give me a minute, please. There we go. Now, to avoid confusing everything, we need to put labels back up because everybody has moved around. All right, labels. There's dwarf. And that is Seestar. I don't think Seestar has it centered. It doesn't. Yep. More like it. And where is Stellina? Okay, this way they're all same orientation, except that Stellina is upside down again. We can fix that. There we go. Now they all have the same orientation roughly. Surprisingly, Dwarf has jumped to a head start on the other two. Bill, I discovered that indeed it shuts down after 8 hours to save battery, but if during those 8 hours you turn it off and on, it will restart the 8 hours. I had it power the Seestar and it barely used a quarter of the battery after the full 8 hours. So it is a very portable solution. Right now it is powering Seestar, and Seestar is still at 100%, and it has been going on for almost 6 hours. So I plan to open it and see if I find the timer and disable it, because I don't want it turning off. I mean, again, what are those engineers thinking if the only thing you're using it for is to drain the battery, and they're saying they shut it off after 8 hours to protect the battery from being drained? Duh, it's a charger. We're talking about a Ryobi battery adapter, Jacob. It doesn't have anything to shut off. Okay guys, Dwarf Lab has been very efficient, and they sent me a link that you can use to order. Let me see if that works. Okay, it works. I just tested it and it works. winter ahead. Plus, when I get mine in the next week or two, I'll be able to tell you what's inside it or what was left inside it. Bill, when you order yours, make sure that it is after dwarflab.com. There is the question mark AFF equal 114. That will get you to the discount place. Yeah, for some reason when I try to click on that link, it's sending me to Pompey Observatory as opposed to the Dwarf Lab link. Let me try that again. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to put it in the in the description. Well, they'll be back to giving that kind of discount that they gave at the beginning. Is this an f2 or an f over 2? One problem with my cell phone is it insists on turning off the screen after 30 minutes, and I do not have the option to say I don't want to leave it on all the time. Hey Bill, speaking of trees, next Monday is when the town of Pompey planning board meets to approve, with a bit of luck, my subdivision, where we don't have trees for at least 300 of the 360 degrees. And I did test, and indeed I see below the horizon. So as I looked at the likelihood of pulling off a Messier marathon with all 110 objects, right now it's looking like 109 are doable, and the last one, M30, may be able to get to it if it's a dwarf but not a Seestar. So we'll see. The plan remains now for March 29 if possible, and finish the night with a sunrise with the sun missing a piece. That's the partial solar eclipse at sunrise. Jacob, isn't the Arecibo the one that fell apart? Good night, CGD. Join us often. So all three devices are still stacking. I deliberately allowed the infrared to go through on Seestar, and it is showing some very interesting nebulosity there. And as always, Stellina is just a touch more saturated. Gases be hot, yes. Yes, apparition, we can do that. The only adjustment that I had applied was a touch of contrast, which I do pretty much to everything coming out of Seestar. That's what makes it almost equal to DWARF and Stellina. It appears that Stellina has run out of battery. It's the only one of the three machines that's running off battery and not connected to anything substantial. Right now Dwarf 3 is plugged into the wall. Sorry, Dwarf 2. Dwarf 3 is probably spread on a table right now. So Stellina is retired for the night. Yeah, that's why they're calling it an IKEA telescope, Jacob. The joke is when the local IKEA manager retired, they gave her a little bag with 2 eggs, a cup of sugar, a cup of flour, and a bar of dark chocolate as her going away cake. Blue battery means it's cold. See, Jacob, you're not the only one who mistypes in the dark. That is one notable difference between Dwarf and Seestar. Dwarf stops charging and lets the battery run the scope until it drains. Seestar stops charging and bypasses the battery so that power goes directly to the telescope. Bill, I did not understand your cryptic message. Are you saying audio is okay? How about now? Are we still having pops? I'm trying to move the microphone as far away from the computer fan. Bill, apparently everybody is getting popping sounds. Let me see if I can change anything on my end. Okay, I changed the Jacob, I wonder if you heard the mouse clicking. I just changed the data rate on audio from 64K to 128K, and I'm making sure it doesn't hit red. Both Seestar and Dwarf are passing IR. When I make any change to the Seestar using the app, the tablet clicks. I don't know if that's what you're hearing. There's the typing on the keyboard and there's the clicking on the mouse. I keep checking my DHL tracking to see if they have received the package back, but I keep reminding myself that these are government officials and they are unlikely to work at night. And my luck, they'll probably also take Wednesday and Thursday off and then not do anything for the weekend, so we'll see. Okay, Jacob, we're gonna give M33 thanks, Bill. Yeah, audio has been the bane of this channel over the past several months. So we're approaching the 3rd anniversary of the very first subscriber to the channel. YouTube sent me congratulations on the 3-year anniversary of creating the channel, but then it took 2 weeks to convince my wife to subscribe, and that's how I got my first subscriber. And then took another few days to convince the children to subscribe. Is there pulsating on OBS? The audio bar is, when I'm quiet, is pulsating between -50 and -55, so it's way down there. They should be gone now, but then You're going to have trouble hearing me. Hello Ethel, long time no see. I reduced the volume by 6 dBs and I changed the sound pattern of the microphone from directional to omni. Alright, we'll keep these settings for the future if popping is gone. So Jacob, I was saying in about 15 minutes we're gonna call it a night, and we'll resume with sunrise tomorrow. I'm anxious to look at solar prominences, so we'll put the hydrogen alpha telescope outside. And as the plan for tomorrow, it's going to be request night. So prepare a list of things that you want to see, and we will tackle them one at a time. You may also want to decide on what telescopes you want tomorrow. I certainly plan to attempt again equatorially mounted Seestar. As you can see, field rotation is very evident. My experience is if you're looking due east at an altitude between 20 and 40 degrees, that's when there is no field rotation. When you go outside that box, it becomes problematic. I thought M33 Triangulum Galaxy is probably one of the more beautiful galaxies in the Messier catalogue. Dwarf has dropped 50 frames out of the 400 or so. Minor change in plans. Orion has just moved up. Haven't done Orion with Dwarf lately. Good night, Jeannie. Bill, no apology necessary. You're not being an egg. Thanks for the feedback. So what is a good framing of M42 right now? There's going to be Orion. There is Horsehead. So if we go with Al-Nitak, it may be a good bet. Let's see what that gives us. Nope, that's Orion. How about here? Okay, let's try it. So this is Flame, this is Horsehead, and there's Orion. I don't think we can fit all three. Stand by. I wonder if we can fit all three. I'm gonna try. cancel. Let's try this. I think we have success. It's just out here. Need to get a bit closer. If doesn't make it, if this one does not make it, we'll go back and do M42 nice and clean. Alright, let's see what this does. We don't seem to have captured either the horse head or the flame at this point. That's something that DWARF III will bring to bear, namely wide angle stacking. Okay, we're going to go to M42. Dwarf's field of view is about 3 degrees. But the wide angle that does not stack now is about 50 degrees. Alright, we have both Horsehead and the Flame. On Seestar and Orion on Dwarf. Electricity to the new site is problematic. I am looking more and more to a portable solution as well as a permanent solution there. So it'll probably be a solar panel to power the security cameras and the miscellaneous things that will be there all the time, and then whatever vehicle I'll be driving back and forth will supply the necessary power for operating the telescope. Yeah, Jupiter is not too far right now. It is up in the sky. Actually, it is high up. It is right above, actually, Jupiter, Mars and Betelgeuse make a nice triangle right now. If you go to amazon.com/deals and make your way down to looking at lightning deals, you will see an awful lot of discounts on portable power generators. My rule of thumb, which is about $1 per kilowatt hour, sorry, $1 per watt hour, I've seen it as low as half of that. And I'm still debating not ruling out a gas-powered generator. Some of them are very, very quiet and could easily run the entire night. I have a very unhappy dwarf. It has captured 22 frames but stacked only 2. And one possible solution is if I put a large power station in the trunk of the car and plug it at home to charge it and then plug it in the observatory to discharge it. That might be another way to do it. Nope, you do not get cord wrap on Dwarf because the base does not move. Okay, Jacob, we'll recalibrate. Bill, it's going to be a phased approach. Initially, the small telescopes will go back and forth until we decide on a solution for the big housing. See, that's another little bug with the Dwarf. Sometimes it says calibration success, other times it just ignores me. I am resigned to the fact that there will have to be two enclosures, one for me and one for the telescope. The one for me is going to have to be reasonably weather tight. And this is where I'm discussing with Palouse the options for a shipping container. Which is what he did with his observatory. A shipping container has a couple of advantages. One, it will keep the snakes out, and two, it'll keep the kids out. I mean, it's going to be sturdy and sealed enough that I can lock it and leave it and not worry much about it. And for the observatory proper, that is a question mark at this point, because until I decide what scope is going in it, and today I'm not happy with the 11-inch scope or the 16-inch at Oswego. And that's going to determine how large of a concrete slab we're going to have to pour. Yeah, solar panels on the roof will certainly provide enough power to run everything. The the interesting thing about power requirements, Seestar, Dwarf, Stellina, let's go back. Dwarf uses 5.3 watts, Seestar 4.8, Stellina 7.3. So I can run all three all night on a Ryobi 8 amp hour battery. The observatory itself right now, my 11-inch Celestron with the computer that drives it and the cameras and the focuser and the mount and everything, that whole setup is only 70 watts, 70. So that's nothing, not even 1 amp. It's just over half an amp. So that is very doable with a couple of good batteries and one solar panel. Where things become tricky, heating, air conditioning. And the main alternative here, and my wife has been bugging me to look at it seriously, is getting a used van or used school bus and using it as my office. I can keep it running for the heat or the air conditioning. When I had trackmeets.com about 25 years ago, we operated out of a GMC van, a 3500. It had the 2 front seats and 1 row, so I could transport a total of 5 people, which was the full crew. And I still had enough room for an 8-foot table. It was an extended van. So the entire production studio that allowed us to go live was inside that van, and we would drive literally all over the country in it. And we could go live and start streaming in a matter of minutes, typically 20 minutes to half an hour from the time we pulled in. We just needed to plug it into power, even though we could have run it self-sufficient. So my wife is egging me to consider that solution again, to save from having to have a container or a a construction of some sort. So I asked the code officer for the town of Pompey if I can have a shipping container permanently on site, and there was a perplexed look on his face and said, I don't remember seeing anything in the code about it. We'll have to ask the board and see what they think of it. I knew very well that the town had a container behind the building that they use for storage. So I dropped by 2 days later and asked them if that container behind the building is for sale, and they said no, we're using it. And I said, oh, so it's okay then to have one? My wife's very first car was a Volkswagen Beetle, and she would be thrilled if we were to get a Volkswagen. Calibration, recalibration did the trick for M42. The framing on Seestar could have been slightly better, but that's okay, that'll do. I should have moved Alnitak further up, actually way up. So the multitude of decisions, Bill, for the property up there, once we have clear title, which I still expect by Halloween, it'll be too late to pour concrete, so that's going to have to wait till spring. And the fence is going to have to wait until whatever structure needs to be on the concrete is on the concrete. The town hall meeting is next Monday. So I shall update you on that one. And then one major consideration that I have is balancing safety with security. I don't want a kid getting hurt in trying to break in or climbing the fence or otherwise. There really is nothing in there that's going to be worth a kid getting hurt. So I'm going to go with a 6-foot fence and put some signs which say beware snakes. Yesterday I discovered that the Fayetteville Manlius School District, which is literally the district next to us, that they have an observatory with a Meade 16-inch and 8 other telescopes for their students to use. So I will be talking to them sooner rather than later about one possibility is if they want to relocate any of their big equipment So there is a possibility, given that their location is not optimal, actually they are Bortle 8 and buildings and trees. See if I can have a barter with them whereby they relocate some of their bigger telescopes to my new site, and both parties will get to use both systems. Yeah, Ethel, they know very well about that. They already gave me permission to pour cement. There is some cement that can be poured in cold. But one other totally unrelated consideration for me is I'd like to see what things look like at night, the movement of the stars, the ecliptic. The last thing I want to do is pour the cement and then discover it should have been 20 feet off in one direction or the other. So I'm not rushing it now. I'm gonna just start marking things up and using the smart telescopes initially and locating them at different places on the property to find out what is, to look for the unknown at this point. Peter from the Netherlands pointed that he saw 2 farms on my video, and he was wondering if these are the kind of farms that keep the lights on all night. Usually chicken farms leave the lights on all night to have the chicken lay eggs 24/7. As I may have told you before, it's going to be the journey more so than the destination with that project. Well, I plan also to assess the coyote situation up there. There was a funny posting on Facebook. One of my running buddy reposted it. Apparently, school district was cautioning students and letting parents know that there was a cougar sighting near the Ashland High School in Texas. And one of the kids posted back saying, "Nothing to worry about, that was my mom picking me up." But we do have bear sightings, and I saw a bobcat in the neighborhood, and coyotes are wild and active. So that's going to determine what caliber shotgun I'm going to need to have with me when I'm there all night. Well, you saw that I coexisted peacefully with that snake in Oswego. Bill, the compatible part is a serious consideration because it is near a cemetery, a very, very old cemetery with quite a few veterans of various wars buried in there. So I'm trying to do my best not to trash the look of the neighborhood. I met with the cemetery board and explained to them that we would like to help maintain the cemetery, and actually we would like to buy 2 plots for my wife and me. This way we don't have to move too far when the time comes. Dwarf does not like to put reds in there, even though I'm passing all the infrared. Now, one of my former colleagues, I learned last week, his father-in-law owns a machine vehicle that drills under the road, or it's a boring machine that would allow me to get electricity under the road without having to put an extra pole that will be in the way of the telescopes. So that is another possible solution. If we can get electricity under the road, that will power everything without any consideration or concern. The gentleman who mows the cemetery complains about how tricky and difficult it is to mow the grass as it's growing, to go between the headstones and the monuments and the things that are flat on the ground. So my son, the engineer, offered his robotic lawnmower, and he said, whenever you are there imaging, just put that thing and let it roam the cemetery and mow the grass. And he was not talking about a goat. He actually has a little robot that mows his yard. Yes, indeed. I'm still waiting for that optic fiber to be laid there. I'm going to show you quickly a internet speed test on my cell phone. Happy imaging operation, good luck. I don't know if you can see it, because seeing is believing, but my cell phone gave me 798 megabits per second download and 32.4 megabits per second upload. So, and that is on the cell phone. So 5G is not too bad. Yeah, the trade-off here is going to be paying Verizon Wireless or T-Mobile the $35 a month versus investing the $3,000 or $4,000 to get fiber optic to that place. Initially, I will use wireless 5G on the cell phone and see if that meets the needs of this community, that we can go live without popping. T-Mobile gives me unlimited high speed on my cell phone, but they throttle down the speed if I'm using it as a hotspot. So rather than connecting the computer to the cell phone, I'm going to do it backwards. I'm running Google Chrome on the phone, and this way it does a screen capture of the computer and streams it at unlimited high speed as the screencast of the phone, as opposed to the computer using the phone as a hotspot, until T-Mobile catches up with me. I thought Seestar does an incredibly nice job with the horse head and the flame. And Alnitak always shows spikes on Seestar. I have nothing on the lens to create those spikes, but here they are. Every time I've imaged either of those two targets or the two of them together, I got spikes on Alnitak. When I got the Seestar and I had a head-to-head comparison with Stellina, no pun intended, on the horse head, I'm going to point to you something that Seestar showed that Stellina did not, and that is the white or the reddish shade on the neck of the horse. That whitish thing Stellina did not show, but Seestar did. I don't mind the spikes on the star, they look nice. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it may be time for us to catch a little bit of sleep before sun rises here. So I thank you all for joining me tonight. We have a lot more work to do on getting that black, or dark I should say, shark properly imaged. In the meantime, if you need to order a DWARF 3, you have a link and a discount code. Please use it. You're welcome, Bill. It's always a pleasure chatting with you guys.